Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Wednesday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be working on more Insignia dev, of course. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat, on YouTube and on Twitch. Also a big thank you to XShed for the most recent follow and Yabol for the most recent subscription. We are 25% almost, if you round it up, 25% of the way through this month's sub goal, which is very exciting. We'll see if we make it. I want to say also a big congratulations to our mod Swizz for landing a new job. I hope that doesn't mean that we won't see you anymore. Congrats on the roll. So, shall we talk about what we're going to do today? Today, I haven't really decided what we're doing. We were working on basically fleshing out stuff for the demo, basically gameplay related stuff in explorable areas. I haven't put too much thought and energy into like the story side of things, but we have been doing a little bit of kind of prepping for kind of like how we will map out the game's story and where the explorable sort of areas will be in the scope of that. So this is kind of what we've been working with. Basically, what we did yesterday was I have a bunch of abilities: charge, arise, scale, and then I have sort of opportunities to use both in platforming, like more than one in platforming encounters. So catalogs of things that you can do with the ability, and then catalogs of things that you can do with multiple abilities kind of chained together. And then I created basically this was kind of like just a rough map of the level that you explore in the first chapter, and this replaces the dungeon basically of that chapter. So there were some ideas about things that I wanted to do, and then how you unlock stuff through that space, and then I fleshed it out a bit more yesterday. So we may find that 3 abilities is too many for a demo. I don't really know how long a demo should be, but I feel like if I do it this way, it might end up being like half an hour minimum. Because size-wise, it's definitely no smaller than the previous one in terms of like the 2020 demo is about an hour. This would skip over some story stuff, but it would then pad out some explorable area stuff. So not 100% sure if 3 is too many. Maybe it's 2. Although 3 would be a nice, it's not a round number, but it's a nice triangular number. So we're going to explore this a little bit more. I've been building out a couple of these scenes just to give it a go. And what I've been doing is taking these cataloged ideas and placing them along the path that you play. So basically your trajectory will be, from here you'll go around, down, across, up, and then up. Once you've got all 3 of these abilities unlocked, you'll be able to sort of continue up and scale the chasm on the way to the Athenium. So the way this has got to work is narratively, I want you to kind of see that there is a bridge that's been taken out and be forced to come down and engage in all this nonsense to cross the bridge, or to circumvent the bridge. So that's the kind of that's the scenario. And on the way, we'll pick up each of the abilities. So you get scale, charge, and arise. And at different points, you'll need an ability that you don't have yet to sort of open up an optional area. So it's a little bit of an excuse to go backtracking as well. And we might rope in some quest stuff at each of these as well. Now, what I certainly don't want to do is put too much on my plate. So we're going to see maybe like to the end of this week, just to see how far I can get along that trajectory. I don't expect to get too far, but we'll see. What I really want to do is showcase what makes the game special, and having multiple abilities is an important part of that, and how you mix and match them and where you get them from and how they come from the environment. 2 might be enough. 3 would be great, but I don't... The easy way out would be to just give the player 3 abilities at once. Yeah, you have to take it to the forge, basically. So I made this document with Figma. This is just like my game design doc. I've got lots of pages. So yeah, I think this is all fine, and I can prototype most of this, I think. So it shouldn't be too hard. I want to try to minimize the amount of spaces that there are to avoid having to do too much set dressing. But my approach to this stuff these days is a lot more efficient than it used to be. So it's always really difficult to scope this stuff. Like, it's really, really hard because some of it is like a narrative tension thing. Some of it is just like a productivity thing. It's very, very difficult. So these 3 scenes, 1, 2, 3, are kind of where we're at so far. I don't know exactly how we're going to map this out. I think I already kind of placed that here. So then maybe this one here. Cool. So this is now going to be another Crucible kind of zone. Actually, what that is literally this scene. Okay. Basically this scene. I'm actually just going to take Arman and work him out. Take the old man, work him out. Take a forge. You know what? I might leave it as it is, but then just black it out. Hey, Peter. Montenegro, that's really cool. All right, I really have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. See you in a bit. Oh, wait. I want to say a huge thank you to Nigel Hill for the super chat. $10. Thank you, buddy. RE Pixel Art Palettes. I've watched a video on when to deviate from a palette, and I was wondering, apart from post-processing, how many colors Insignia uses? Dozen, hundreds, thousands? The base palette is this big, which is like, what's that? 6 by 6, 7, 8, 9. So like 70 colors around. 60 or 70. Did I count that right? 6 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 8. 6 eighths. 6 eighths are 48, aren't they? So 50 colors, let's just say. But I typically deviate from this when I want to add, say I'm doing a sky, I might add colors between these for the sky. So like all up, there might be like 100 or so that I've used, but the base palette is like this many. A dungeon tile set with more colors. Yeah, I was working on, I mean, even this, like, see, I've added like 10 more colors for this setting here. And then there is that desert one that's got like a bunch more colors that are all just separate. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in a bit. Yo, yo. I'm back. Woo. Hey, Anonymous. Actually, wow, how many resubs we got here? Thank you, everybody. Diamond with the resub, 26 months. Thank you so much. Then we had Hey Ryumu with a resub. Thank you so much. Anonymous gifted a sub to World Squid. Thank you so much. Did we get the hype train? We did. Almost. Yeah, we're at hype train level 1. Let's go. Where's my Discord? You can catch it in the about section of the page. Cool. So, let's keep on keeping on. You wouldn't do it. You wouldn't sub. So, we're gonna try to make this a little bit more, I don't even know what the word is. We're gonna continue on, I suppose. So maybe I'll just do a little trick. Whoop. Now we have much more space for activities. All right. So then, you know, we probably are going to have a like a normal ground here. Actually, I was thinking of, yeah, let's do that. Okay, fine. So it's called, this was called Orinstead Scale Crucible. Watch this. I can take this file and save it. I can go to the containing folder, close it, grab the file and move it. And when I move it to a new destination, when I run it, I need the different prototype tiles. That's okay. We're close though. Oh no! Hang on a second. Map properties. Can I change this to 32 by 32? I can, but now it looks all funky. Okay, well, I'll just recreate it. Kind of works, but this is going to be way too big. It's going to be double the size, so maybe we just cut it down a little. That didn't go nearly as well as I thought it would. I was like so ready for that to be really cool. Not quite. And in fact, why don't we just flatten it out and just let it go? Okay, very nice. Now when we come back in here, I can reveal this. It's got an old metadata file though. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. No. We re-import? Does that do anything? Uh-oh. Is there a re-import button? All right. I made a mistake. I thought I was clever. Crucible tile set. Yeah, because I moved it. But we don't even need it. Please work. Nope. Oh, I totally screwed up. Oh no, here we go. Okay, good. Back. All right. Now, how am I going to do this? Ah, it's too green. German. And a German accent. Okay. That is one that these days I don't feel too bad about doing. I've practiced it a fair amount. And so, you know, it's not unachievable to give it a try. Alright, let's mark that as complete. And continue our work. So we are trying to add some water. Or some Wasser. Lake water. Do I have that as a prototype? I do. Perfect. Maybe we can add this like that. And have it be sitting here. It's kind of nice to have the water reflecting into the forest. Your German accent is on point. Thank you very much. I've been working at it for quite some time. Naturally. I don't really know where in Germany this is from. It's kind of like a well-spoken English variation. But of course, we can make it even more German if we take the words and make them even more flexed out. Northern Germany for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it kind of reminds me as almost Austrian. A German who migrated to England. Yeah. It's very Christoph Waltz, but it has a bit more, yeah, more O's on the end for southern vibes. Yeah. If I take it a bit more Schwarzenegger, it becomes a little more Austrian. If you go deeper, a little bit out here. But yes, I enjoy speaking like this. It's very nice. Actually, there is a version of this accent that I quite like as well. It's more of an impression as well. This is Red Skull from the Marvel movies. From the Marvel movies. From the Marvel movies. Yes. He watches over the Spirit Stone. Or is it the Life Stone? Stone. Welcome, Herr Thanos. Thanos. You must sacrifice something that you truly love. Is it Red Skull? Is that his name? I think so. Soul, the Soul Stone. I love the way he talks. Herr Zola. Yeah, he's got... That's Hugo Weaving. He does such a good example. Such a good German. Dr. Zola. Like, Doctor. Oh, so good. Sakik doll. Sakik doll. What do they say? Sakik doll? I don't know. The Star Wars Death Star general guy in front of my eyes with your accent. The Stormtroopers. Yes. Okay, that's enough of that. So this is feeling, it's nice. Pretty good. I think the grass is probably too much, but then I would need to do a dirt variation. Actually, I have a dirt variation. Ha! Check me out. I think it's this color. Whoop. Nice. There we go. It's all good. But maybe it should be the other way around. Maybe it should be green around the thing. And why is this not working the way that it's supposed to? These elements should be more randomized. Hey. Hey, Fawn. How's it going? Oh, I've not taken the effort of randomizing them. I think I need more variations too. It's only 3 tiles. But now I've made the mistake of having this end here. So anywhere where I use these tiles now, I'll need to... that's not very good, is it? I need more space. Actually, I mean, we could say that this is unnecessary because it kind of just... It's just another... In fact, is it like anything else that we've got? It's very similar to that one. That German accent sounds a lot like Werner Herzog. Yes, I very much like the way that he talks as well. It's a more rugged way of talking, but it's quite flat as well. Gute Nacht. See ya, Buckington. Dankeschön. I'm terrible. I don't actually know how to pronounce any German. No idea. I've not learned any. I don't. It's all just the accent. Unfortunately, that's probably one of the European accents, European languages that's most spoken that I have the least understanding of. Especially because English is so similar to German. You'd think that I would know, but I got no idea. Wasser? Yeah, I know they say Wasser, and I know they say Zek instead of snip or cut. Zek. And I know that they say Eine. I know that like it's Volkswagen, right? Instead of Volkswagen. Dankeschön. I don't know how to like I don't know how the letters are pronounced when written. That's the only thing. I can like hear them say things, but I don't know like if I read it, I don't know how that's supposed to be pronounced. Unfortunately. Non-English speakers trying to do an English accent in their own language. I think that 4 is not enough to make this look interesting. I can try to expand this out. So I could delete this, take this, move it over twice, and now I can do 2 more. That might be enough. All right, well, let's get cracking. Do Austrians speak the same German as Germans do? Like, is it basically... Because it was like the same country, right? If you go back far enough. Like, do they... Is it like exactly the same, even like dialectically the same? Can... Or is it... I mean, they speak German, right, in Austria? I don't even know the history of those two countries. I couldn't even say how long ago they became two countries and how long. Yeah. The history of the royal family of Hyrule is also the history of the Calamity Ganon. The history of the royal family of Prussia is also the history of the royal family of England. Matt Berry. Oh my goodness. People say I look like him. I don't see it. The only Matt Berry thing, you know, it's so weird because I never watched the IT crowd. People seem to really like Matt Berry and know him and think of him as like very, what's the word? When you do a lot of stuff, prolific. I have only seen him. I know he's in the IT crowd, and that's about it. I know he's in a vampire thing that, that's it. I think that's a Taika Waititi thing. That show. I don't know. And I know that there's a clip of him saying something with New York City. That's it. That's all I know about Matt Berry. That he says New York City funny, and that he was in the IT crowd. He's just... I know the voice. I know what he sounds like when he's doing the presenter thing. But it has no... It's not based on anything that I know of him. It's just like I've heard him say that. I haven't watched any media he's been in, ever. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know it. I just haven't gotten around to watching any of the stuff that he's in. It's a gap for me. It's not meant to be an insult. I literally have I don't know anything about what we do in the shadows, except for the fact that it's got vampires in it. Is he also in Our Flag Means Death? Or is that just another separate... Is it Taika Waititi? I don't even know. Maybe I'm thinking of Our Flag Means Death, but I couldn't tell you. Are they related? Yeah, I don't know. The movie was Taika, but there's a TV show. Oh, I see it. I see. Swizz, thank you for gifting that sub to Pim. Sorry, I missed that. And Mujinx, thank you so much for the sub as well. Yeah, I know who Jermaine is, obviously. Yes. I know who Jermaine is. Captain? Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. Misfit Mills, thank you for the follow. Was I a Flight of the Conchords fan? Yeah. More their music than the show. I thought the show was kind of lame, but the music was great. I always felt like they butchered their own songs in the show. Like they always added stuff and changed it, and I liked the music as it was written. Like as a performance duo, as like an act, their stuff was really good. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and the output is this, 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 this. Better. Asked a question about mouse versus pen. I think that pen is better than mouse. And you can draw using your mouse. There's no problem with that. If you don't get tired of it, then it's fine. For me, because I do a lot of work, I use a pen, and I use a Wacom Intuos Small. Yeah. But you can use I would say like a pen is most useful once you're at this scale. If you're just doing stuff that's like this, you know, like you're working with like pixels like this, you know, like use a mouse, you know, it's no big deal. Like I'm using a mouse right now. If this is the kind of thing you're doing, very, very, very small, you know, I don't know what this is, but you know, whatever. If you're just doing stuff like that, then you can use a mouse. Can someone explain what is happening? Hey, Wormlade, I'm making my game. Hello. Good to see ya. That's better. It's a bit more life. Life is coming from here rather than life ends here. Do I think a display tablet is a good thing? I think it's a bit overkill. And even then, I don't even really like it for what it's designed for. I think it's kind of overkill in general. Hey, Misfit. Thank you so much. Cool. Except they're not on the right layers. Nice. Now let's take the foreground. Make it not quite so fore. Mm-hmm. What's your philosophy on pixel perfection? Hang on, let me scroll up. What is OS X? It's Mac OS 10. What are you working on currently? Specific level, mechanic? I'm working on a demo that wraps up all of the mechanics into a very bite-sized, playable thing, a vertical slice. What does it take to get your Retrobox asset? You can't, unfortunately. It's not for public release. What's your philosophy on pixel perfection? In Insignia, can stuff move between pixels, or does everything stay on the pixel grid? In Insignia, the art is placed on pixel perfection. The player positions for the sprite. So the player's actual physics is not pixel perfect, but the sprite is pixel perfect. So when you stop moving, they will be on a pixel grid position. However, the background layers, in order for them to move smoothly, the background layers are not pixel perfect. So as you kind of run, you know, you'll notice that like some of these layers don't map one-to-one with the scene. So like this here, you can see there, they're not pixel perfect. They're not aligned perfectly because I want them to move smoothly. I want them to move on the subpixels. The demo should be pretty close to what will be in release. So like the player, you know, where he is standing in relation to the ground should be pixel perfect. But back here, I don't bother with it. It's too, because the alternative is it's too jittery. The background layers, you see them snapping and it looks kind of awkward, especially when you have a vertical traversal. Like if you're moving on a parabolic arc where you're going like over here, if the camera is moving up and diagonally down to follow you, it's very like as it tries to catch up for pixel art. So I prefer smoothness over, you know, pixel perfection. What is scene graph? Scene graph is something that I wrote for my game to allow me to basically track all of my levels. And join them together. Huh. Oh, it should be lower than that. So it's just, all it is an undirected graph of all of my scenes connected by doors. So there are doors in each of these scenes, and I can drag the doors to connect them to other doors. So it's just a way for me to link up my scenes so that you can run through them. Hey, Gundam. So it's like a world map for my game. It's like a simple world map. So I can take, for example, there's a door here, connect it up to this. Now those two will connect to each other. This one here doesn't have a door yet. Any doors? So let me go and add some. And what's cool is I can kind of like edit the scenes without really going into them. So here I'm like, I'm in the scene, but it's in the scene view. I can still just like paste stuff and then be like, okay, door manager, sync, snap doors, go here, save data, scan it. Scan it. Where are we? Oh, where'd my doors go? Copy. Go. Paste. Save. Sync. Snap. Save. Scan. Typically that works. Oh well. Where are my doors? Oh, that's not a bad spot. Where's my second door? Up here. I got 2 doors. Yep, save that. Ah, there it is. Sync those. Save it. Nice. So now I can just grab this, drag it over there. Now I could basically just start like, you know, at the start of the game. And I should be able to run all the way through. So this is like the demo area. Talk to mom. Hello. Through here. It just fades into the air. Exactly, Robo East. I don't want to talk to this guy, but we'll do the quest anyway. Okay. We're gonna skip you. See you later. Come out into here. Hey. We won't have to do that when it comes time. So then now we can go to here. Ah. Nice. Come up here. We can't do this yet. Ooh, but I think I made this door the one that connects, so let's just pretend. Okay. Now we come over here. Can't do that yet. Ouch. Yeah. I actually found a way you can actually do this. This is supposed to be flame charge. You're supposed to like have the red attack to get through here, but I figured out if I run, attack, do a B reversal, and then come back this way, you can actually make it up. So you have to attack and then face the wrong way and do a backflip. So the backflip faces the way that you're currently facing, and it makes you go backwards. But if you face left, you can do the backflip forwards. and then here. So, you know, we just linked up those scenes and we just did it visually. You can also do it, I think, without it altogether. I think you can just, if I do a roll, you can kind of do it. It's hard. You got to do the roll. I don't think I'm going to let you do that. The multiple air attacks. Right now, as long as you alternate the direction, you can do 3 different air attacks. But I don't think I want you to do that. I think I want you to do abilities, but not much else. Hey, Marissa. Thank you so much for the 5 USD. Oh, thank you so much. It lasts the duration of the scene. So when I leave this scene, I lose the backflip until I attack another plant. Are you stuffed now that you're at the bottom without the end sign? No, because the plant is at the bottom and that helps you climb it. So the plant would respawn. We're talking about specifically this scene. So like if I started over here, I don't have it, I don't need it. When I drop down, this is what gives me the ability to climb up. So I still have it. It doesn't go away unless the enemy gets like revived or something like that, but they don't. It is fun. All right, let me take away the multiple aerial attacks. I just got to get rid of it. I just gotta get out. Just gotta get it right out of here. So ban attacks by permission dot remove. So Well, that didn't work. Hey, Vibrant the Goof, thanks for the follow. The Foreign Tourist, thank you for the follow. Wormlade, thank you for the follow. Mr. Pizza Hunter, thank you for the follow. Zonari, thank you for the follow. Hello, Vibrant. Someone trying to pick up a more advanced language. Programming language? I think programming languages are fundamentally all pretty similar. I think, like, depending on what you've got experience in, what you kind of want to understand is the paradigm that the language is encouraged to be written in. So, like, if you're learning JavaScript and you don't know about functional programming, it might be worth learning about that. Sometimes it's also use case based. So, like, for C# in Unity, you do a lot more composition than inheritance. So understanding what it is that you're expected to do, that's important. And I think you can do a lot of that by looking at examples. For me, I've never really like learned a new language. I kind of just like, I feel like what I learn is programming, and then the languages are just like flavors, you know? I don't know if that makes sense, and I don't know how applicable that is to other people. I haven't really learnt many. It's like, I know, you know, JavaScript, C#, obviously Java, a little bit of Python and GDScript as a result, but that's about it. I wouldn't know how to write like Ruby on Rails or C++ or assembly or anything like that. So, oh, Artur, thank you so much. You'll be able to wishlist it on Steam soon. If you change your keybind to LMB, it says mouse. Huh? Oh, I'm not even checking. That's why. Now, how does that play out against enemies? Hey, not JSN. Thank you so much for the resub. When are you going to do another game jam? I'll do the next Ludum Dare jam. So that we're looking at like April. Next Fest. When is Next Fest? It's going on right now. Yeah, it's too early for that for me. But next time should be fine. I'll have a Steam page up before June. What is pixel scale? Are we talking about the settings in the 2020 demo, Wormlade? Next Fest. Not next Fest. Just next one. Next. Yeah. So if we are hit confirmed, so what happens if I start the combo? That's fine. What happens if I start it and then... that works. Yeah, I know when I know when summer is for the Northern Hemisphere. It'll be June this year too, right? It'll be the similar thing. They're on a schedule, aren't they? So how is this going to work? Basically, I want... If you do an air attack on hit confirm for the ones that you used since... Gosh, this is hard. It's like, I guess I need another list called used air attacks. I don't have a forward air attack, do I? Huh? What is it? Okay. Okay, whenever I add one, I guess I'll try that. So, hit confirm. Update. Replenish unused air attacks. The Steam capsule for games. Oh, that does Steam capsules. Hey, I'm looking for one too. Not sure I could put together one for me that's good enough. So, I should be able to go like... Yeah, I can go up. I can go down, but I can't go down up. I can go down and then forward. Can I do that? I should be able to do that. Oh, well, yes, I can, but I need to reset them on landed. So I can go down attack on this guy, if I can hit him, and then I can do combo. Cool. Because I have purse. So maybe I'll try doing the up attack and then forward attack. Oof. Or like down and then up. Down and then up. Excuse me? This should be remove all aerial permissions is on every single one of these. So this should be here, and then I can take this away and this away. So if we press the up button and then attacks by permission contains attacks, reset attack params. If it doesn't contain it, then it becomes true. If it doesn't contain up air, then up air becomes true. So this should be possible if I use down air and then up air, because replenish runs on hit confirm. Yeah. Yeah. Collection was modified. Huh? Oh. Lol. There you go. Now you have nothing to worry about. Down. Oh. No attacks. Okay. No attacks at all. Interesting. What level editor? I'm using Unity. And the level editor, this is tiled, but this is Unity. This is the game engine. This is the level editor. Is there an air dodge? There will be an air dodge ability. It's not like a core mechanic though. It's like an unlockable thing. That's correct, Trance. Hey, Tropical Mafia. It's this. Needs to happen after these. Cool. So what should happen is if I hit him like that, I can do an up attack. Nice. So as long as you hit confirm, you can do an additional hit. Which means now we can no longer do the special secret jump without the power. Does it require a plugin? Yeah, I use something called Super Tiled to Unity. You can get it on itch.io for free. It's by a guy named, I think he's named Sean Barr. And he's written an importer. So now I can do this into this, but I can't do anything more than that. I can only do one attack in the air without hit confirming anything. Which is the way that it should be. You can do something like this. Attack, jump, use an ability which refreshes the attack. Whew. Okay. Pretty good. I'd like to do a new alpha feature test for some of these enemies, particularly the wall climb thing, but I feel like it's a bit early. Oh, Trance, are you looking at this? This is a custom plugin that I wrote for Unity called Scene Graph. This is it's just custom. But you can do something like this in tiled with the worlds feature. So they have a thing called worlds. So you can do this. There's just no like necessarily like straightforward way to join them, but it does let you like, you know, edit multiple levels at the same time. To be honest, I probably could have created my scene graphs out of the worlds, but the thing in my game that's a bit weird is that a level is not just the tile set. I haven't used tiled as the sole, you know, tile, like the sole level editing feature. It's just for the terrain. So my enemy placement is in Unity. My backgrounds are in Unity. My items, Unity. All this does is set up the terrain. But, you know, I could have created like an enemy spawn object, you know, enemy spawns here, enemy spawns there. I could have set up objects for the pathing and stuff. Like, it's all possible. It's just, there's no reason for me to do it here when Unity is as powerful as it is. Is creating a game in 2D so hard? Creating games is hard, in general. 2D included. 2D doesn't make it easier. It's just another way of doing it. All right, so joining as close to the release date as possible. Okay, thanks, Tom. I'll remember that. So this thing, I'll make it do a couple things here. Let's give it a couple states. So now what I want to do is go Egg list. How's it going? Retracted. I wrote contracted. It's a bit silly. Tea with Tim. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Okay, so Spiky Warvine. Glad to have you here. This is going well. I'm feeling myself being pretty productive. I've been waking up a little bit earlier. I think I'm better. I know I am, Robert. I feel terrible about it. I know. I noticed that, and then I didn't stop myself. Unfortunately. I don't know which way to spell it. I think it's spiky. Okay, it's not EY. Now I'm pretty sure I'm spelling it the same everywhere. Okay, so now I need to change its vision distance to be only 1. So it's down here, and then as you approach it, it goes big, and then you have to... So it's going to have some animation to it, obviously, but that's a good start. As long as the states are there, you know, that's what's important. Yeah, it looks like Spicky, doesn't it? Yeah, they're going to grow as you approach. That's right. What I might do is, because this stuff, like for me, making enemies, because my game is so high fidelity, it's like, first I've got to think about what the states are, then I've got to make them visually sort of resemble what they need to be, and then, like, that extension animation, when it goes from being retracted to extended, it's going to be an animation. So there's going to be like an extension animation, and then an extension idle, and then a retraction animation, and then a retraction idle. So it's like now, what was a static sprite now needs to be 4 different animation states. So it's like, I can't start with that stuff because I don't have the assets yet. I haven't animated it yet. So it has to look like this at first. You know, it's just like, okay, these are the states, and I'll add the transition states after. All right, I'm going to take a break, and I'll be back in a little bit. Yo, we're back. All right. Yo, for anyone interested, golf update. I've been practicing my 3-wood yet again, and today I was 50% accurate at the target practice at the driving range, which was pretty good because previously last week I was 25% accurate. So I gained 200% of my accuracy. I gained 100%, which is good. I finally have a swing, and I didn't destroy my fingers this time. I did get a little bit of a blister, but I'm okay. I survived. I don't golf, but I have golfed, and I'm trying to golf again. I was a junior at a club when I was younger. The adjustment paid off for sure, yeah. Instead of holding it like this, holding it more like over. Yeah, it did. You're supposed to hold the club in such a way that you see these two knuckles as you look down. So it's not this, it's this. And I made that change. There are some gorgeous golf courses out there. Yeah. The one I played at as a junior was really nice. I probably shouldn't have put it down. I probably should have kept playing it, but I was also playing soccer at the time, and I was much more competitive at soccer. So I didn't really want to have two sports. That's right, fixing it. You and my dad would agree on that. All right, so. Art review? Yeah, go for it. Now is the perfect time. You caught me in a moment. All right. Where are you going to post it on Discord? Whereabouts is it? Yeah, you can send it on a Discord PM. You are Carvey3. Message requests. Oh, wait. Editing a Wolfenstein 3D sprites. That's a long time ago. Unless it's recently. Weapons were all bananas. Yeah. So I had to send you an invite. Okay. That's so weird because I get message requests that aren't friend invites. How does that work? I don't. What's your friend request? What's your friend? What's your name on Discord? Sorry, Carby on Discord. A B C D E F G H H A K. Let me turn off streamer mode for a second so I can actually read these things. I see you. Okay, cool. It must be because you're trying to send an attachment or something. Maybe not. Oh, that's a cute profile pic. Hey. Send me a picture. Cool. Let me open these in a sprite. Wonder if I could just drag them in. No. Sorry, just opening up in the browser so that I don't dox you. Cool. All right, and then I'll press this button. Hey, Arkan Pixel. Let's have a look. So, my main concerns are related to shadows and lights, probably. The black background, just to show you the movements. Yep. Is there anything specific that you want feedback on? Or not feedback on, is there anything specific relating to the design of a character that you can share with me in terms of intent? So like what this character is for and what kind of vibe you're going for. And if you, yeah, that kind of stuff. Just so that I'm not trying to like correct your stylistic choices. Give us a bit of background. But in the meantime, I'll just talk about what I can see. So I actually think you've done quite a good job of using this second tone here, this really close tone, to create a bit more definition in the body. It's actually kind of nice. I think it's a little harder here with the hair lighting. I feel like that you haven't been as successful, but I think the approach is good. Overall, like when I'm back here, it looks fine. You know, it looks good. And the face shape's kind of fun. I like what you're going for here. Kind of reminds me of the brother from the Princess Diaries. Or me. It reminds me of me. It's for an MMO that I'd like to build. Any feedback would be great for sure. So I would say, like, looking at the motion is very cartoony, video gamey. That is to say, it's very kind of like stiff, but like in terms of the upper body, like everything is very like, I'm a character, which is cool if that's your goal. There are things you could say about like, oh, maybe the shoulders could swing more, you know, maybe the torso could pivot, but those kinds of things are not always preferable because this is kind of cuter than reality. This is kind of like, it feels very, I don't know, just kind of, it reminds me of this like kind of early 90s vibe that like Distron is mentioning, the LucasArts kind of thing. It's got that thing to it. There's a charm to it like this. So I actually wouldn't say that it's like bad or wrong. It's cute. When it comes to the lighting on some of this stuff, in terms of, again, like if we're just thinking about making it look more real, or I think if I'm just thinking about like trying to do what you're thinking about, what we're trying to go for and pushing it further, I would say what you're a little bit guilty of is this perception of pillow shading. So pillow shading is when this color here is lighter than these colors here, and the lightest color is facing us. Like it's not like most environment scenes, most scenes in nature are top lit because of the sun, right? So if we're thinking about like where the sun would hit, right? If the sun is bearing down on our head, then the part that would be the lightest is like up here. And I like what you've gone for with the hair creases. I think that's fine. But, you know, I might do something instead more like, you know, I don't know how, if you want this to be like flicky or something, but I might do something like this instead. And just be more deliberate with some of these shapes. But a lot of this, again, is stylistic. You might just look at what I'm doing and say, I don't really like that, Adam. I prefer what I had. So something like this, maybe even, you know, if you wanted to flick like that, thinking about the normals of the objects. So in reality, you know, the way that light works is you've got like a light source, and then you have you know, you've got your volume. This is like the thing that the light is reflecting onto, and the light will hit that thing, right, at varying amounts based on how much that surface, if you think of it like a spiky ball, how much these spikes are facing the light source. So the ones that are facing directly at the light source, their normal is perpendicular to the light, they receive the most light. Things that are further away, that are facing further away, they receive less light. You probably know this. I mean, it might just be an execution thing. This is more for everybody else watching. So that's how you light things. If you had like a cube, right? Same story. Right? We know that these things facing out this way are this color. So we can paint this all in that color. The things facing directly at the light source are this color. Maybe like this. Things facing us are this color. Right, same idea. Then you can think about, you know, maybe there are some edges, maybe if this isn't perfectly round, there are some edges that are picking up the light. Right, they're picking up more light. And, you know, that's how that works. You might even have some of the floor kind of eating in some of this shadow. But anyway, point is, that's how I think about stuff when I'm lighting it. So when I'm looking at this, the way you had it, I'm thinking, okay, like, what's causing this to be brighter than this up here? That's the thought. As far as the rest of it, because you don't have like a lot of perspective, like what I'm noticing is that this is this a top-down character, or is this a front-on? Like, does this character move away and towards the camera and then left and right? Sorry. Or do they move like top-down, left, right? Like, is the camera above or are they in line? That's another thing that I would be conscious of as I look at this stuff. If it's top-down, there are a couple of things that I would recommend. So, a little more perspective stuff. If we're looking at a cylinder from the side, right? From the direct side, it actually is going to look like a rectangle. That's the side. As we tilt the camera, up, so we start looking down at the thing, what's going to happen? We're going to start to see the top edge. As we go even higher up, we're going to see more of that top edge. And as we get like to the very top, we're just going to see a circle. So that's perspective. So the question is, where between this and this is your character right now? I feel like we're kind of somewhere over here, but for most top-down games, you kind of want to be over like here. So yeah, I think like somewhere between the second and the third one is usually better, but you can kind of bring it a little bit further back if you want to see more of the character's face. Like I get that that's important for you. So yeah, you can kind of go the second one, second and a half, somewhere in there, somewhere in this space. So what are we seeing? Let's just draw what that means then. Something like this. Maybe a little bit of perspective shift. Something like this is what you're describing. And then, you know, in the background, we see like, if it's transparent, we'd see the underside of that. So can you notice something about edges that are flat from a front on perspective? Let's pretend this is like almost like a SpongeBob SquarePants figure or a Lego figure. If that's the pants, right, and that's the legs, right? So this is the shorts, leg. What's happening to horizontal lines as we go up? As we go up, the horizontal lines start becoming curved lines. So the pants start looking like this, and like this, and like this, and then like this, like this, like this. Same thing here, obviously. So this perspective, if you can achieve that, or the effect of that here, it will look much more 3D. So you can even just do something like this. Maybe even brighten up this one here, or just use this color. Now, it's looking a little bit like a nappy, like it's not perfect or anything, but the feeling of, oh, like now we're above them is, I think, a lot stronger now. So it's subtle, like I wouldn't, and I'll also say like your design is very the shapes in your design are very clear right now. So working in some of that perspective might even subtract from what you're doing. Again, this is like a style question. So I wouldn't necessarily say like just do what I'm telling you to do, but you could. I'm sure that there's like an opportunity here to do a little bit more of this kind of stuff. It's just a thought. The only thing I'd say there is that like this is not front on. I mean, this is not top down, because if it was top down, this back leg would be like up here somewhere. Right? If you split it so that there's like a leg here and a leg there, right? From the front, yeah, they're in line with each other. But these legs, if that's the hips, they're going to start stacking vertically as you tilt the camera up, right? One leg is going to be above the other if it's further away, because the ground is going like this, right? So if I'm standing on the ground, my feet are going to be apart. And the way that you show that is with verticality. So that's another way you can kind of bring that in. But this is all sort of like, you know, it sort of depends. And ultimately, I think like making nice, pretty shapes is kind of better than trying to be perfect, because you're not capturing reality. You're just you're creating a character. But I think that the place you want to be is when you can incorporate that reality and still have the character, so you're not compromising both. So that's what we're talking about. It's like the question of need to, or like the idea of like something being better because it's more realistic is not what I'm trying to say. you're drawing a pixel art character. So it's up to you how you want to contour that. All I'm saying is those rules, those like reality rules, they will inform how people look at your character. That's the only thing. So if you were to ask me like, hey Adam, what do you think this character will be used for? Side on or top down? I would say this looks side on. I would maybe picture them just using this for if the character is like walking through a door or something. Because it looks like side scrolling to me. But in the context of your game, maybe it makes sense. Like, I don't know how deep your scenes are. And, you know, I mean, if you look at even, I think Stardew Valley is mostly like this anyway. So like all of these things that I'm saying, you know, they're tips if you're stuck, if something's not clicking. Some of those ideas might be easier. And then, you know, the lighting stuff, like it's stuff like lighting this up to be lighter and then maybe darkening this. That gives you a clearer sense that like, oh, like we can see more of the top of the shoulder than the bottom. But you've got outlines to work with here, so it's hard to sort of it's hard to tell you, strictly speaking, like this is better or this is worse. Again, you're doing what you're doing. So you've got a style, you've got an approach. You know, if for like top down, I might even say you probably should be seeing it more like this, right? Like you probably shouldn't see the neck. But then also you'd want everything to be shorter. Whereas again, like you've got your character, you've drawn them, they look good the way you've got it. It's hard for me to say to you, like, do it this way, it'll be better. What I will say is that this style, I mean, if you keep it as simple as this, you might get away with it in terms of like, I don't know if you're having like customizable clothing and stuff. If the animations are as simple as you have them here, maybe you get away with, yeah, like here you could change the shirt and change the shorts and you almost wouldn't even need to animate them differently. You'd almost be able to just paste a shirt and shorts sprite and not even need to do anything. So this is the negotiation between practicality and style and reality. And I think where you're at is kind of, it's okay, you know, it's not so bad. There's one other thing about continuity here. So like, if I can see the ears, I probably shouldn't be able to see the hair. You know what I mean? If the hair is behind the ears, maybe the hair is like this. It's just a minor thing. Or otherwise, you know, make it like this. Do you know what I mean? Like if you can see them, you should be able to see them from both sides. Unless the hair is in front of them on the front, but then that's a different thing altogether. Yeah, the light and shadow stuff, it's very minor. I mean, having the brightest part here be the top of the shoulder would be my approach, and then darkening this. That's what I would do. And then I might even, you know, use the lighter shadows here. But it's not, you know, right now you're in this kind of comfortable sweet spot where you've got a lot of granularity in what you've drawn. There's a lot of like pixels, and they are kind of, they sell what you're drawing, like the shoulder blades and the back. It's like close enough that like as long as I don't squint too hard and think too hard about it, you're kind of fine. Like the stomach, for example, like maybe that should be darker and then we can light this a bit more. You know, that probably feels a bit more realistic to me. But you're sort of using the light as like a texture more so than you are as like light. So like, I feel like we're now missing maybe like a different kind of texture here. Yeah, I'm kind of just, I don't really want to get involved in telling you what to do here. I feel like you got something going on and it's, you know, it's your thing. Even if the perspective, like if the biggest sin is that your perspective is off, but your character is clear, I think the character being clear wins over the perspective and the lighting being like correct. You know? That's how I think about it. Like ultimately, that's what's important. That your image works, not that it's technically correct. Yeah, I mean, I think you've got one. I think you've got one. I'd be tempted to give it a bit more perspective. That's all I'm saying. I'd just be tempted to sort of shift some of these things around so that you've got a bit more of a stronger perspective. But other than that, I mean, you're fine. Oh, is this supposed to be there? This is like a parting of the hair? I would bring this, maybe, oh. It's hard being just 1 pixel. I wouldn't do that. Maybe but you see, it's tough. You might get around that by using a different color for the eyebrows than the hair. But it's very hard for me to follow. The line that you're trying to convince me of is this. That's what you're trying to show me, is that there's like a swipe, like a side part. But I can't draw, my brain can't take these 2 pixels and connect them to this because there's a line blocking the whole thing. So I can't, it's very hard for me to do that. But then I can see why if you try to do this, like you're going to get a different vibe altogether, you know, with your character. So I'll let you deal with that. But you can, I mean, you can fix some of that with shading. So like, you know, if you had a continuous shape coming this way, maybe that gives us a bit more understanding. But this is where it's like, you know, like if I was drawing this character, you know, I might start with the major shapes. I see you've got them. You know, I might focus on this and then have the eyebrows be a little different. I might have the eyebrows be like a different color altogether. Maybe just like a... like that. And I might go higher with the hair because we're going to see more of the top of the head, right? Like look at me, my head facing you. How much of the top can you see? As you go above me, now you can see mostly the top of my head. Right, if I put my head down relative to the camera, you can see more of it. So I would probably go higher. You know? And then I would only really reserve like the lightest colors for, I don't know. I might even just keep it like this. And then I bring in that curve like I was describing earlier, the curve, because we can see the top. Maybe give it a bit of an outline just to soften it off a little bit. I probably wouldn't do a mouth, but that's totally a stylistic thing. Maybe I'll just put one in there for you anyway. How am I going to do this? He's got such heavy cheeks. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do one at all for me. So that's kind of how I would approach it. But it's different. You're going for something a little less... this is kind of getting a little Japanese in terms of like not having the nose and mouth, and thinking about the eyebrows as being like a little less, you know, you're kind of in like a Minecraft territory here. You know, this kind of thing. Can I send you the sketch? I'll just send you this, but don't just copy it, because I think you have something that works. I'm just showing you for the sake of the conversation. There it is. I've sent it to you as like the smallest picture of all time. But you know, that's kind of something that I would think about. Okay? Don't just take it because I like what you've got. Yeah, I think so. But up to you. There you go. No worries. They're just little things. Again, a lot of that is personal style. I can't... fault you on what you're doing. Alrighty. Hey, do I have your permission, Kavi, to put that in like a TikTok? I was just thinking it might be a good candidate for something like that. Cool. Okay. I might do that. Hey, Augurbot. If you're trying to work towards your demo timeline, how much of your time budget do you put to explanations and content? I don't time budget it. I just let my soul guide me. Okay. Let's do some more work. My heart will show me the way. So what I wanted to do is I want this to look good. I want to do this. So what this is supposed to be is, gosh, this is not easy. I'll need to do I think it should be on another layer. I think that makes it easier. So I could have like a ground behind. And then it won't interrupt what I'm doing everywhere else. His heart, not his mods. Ha ha ha. Practical NPC. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for raiding my stream. Yeah, so it would be like something like this. This is what I would want it to look like. And then here I would need to do other stuff. Something like this maybe. Too hard. Too hard to think about the shadow there. I mean, you could do something like this, but then you lose that corner. Maybe I don't do it. The new demo is coming out in a month or so, a couple of months. Thank you. How was the stream? NPC? Chillin' working on some new cover art. Nice. Things over here are okay. No major complaints. So if I just do this, it's like fine. I can have them be foreground, background. A dummy learning to code games. What I recommend. I think using something that's kind of either visual or at least lets you engage visually with it is a good start. So I learned programming through processing.org, and there's a guy who has a YouTube channel called The Code Train, but his name's Dan Schiffman. He's great. If you want to jump straight into an engine, Game Maker is good, Unity is good, Godot is good, but you'll have to follow tutorials to understand the programming stuff. Oh, thanks NPC. Thank you so much. Cool. So, let's continue on this little journey. Not there. Here. So we should be able to grab onto that. Yep. And grab onto that. Yep. Easy. This needs to be fixed. I'll do that really quickly. Golden tile set, TSX. This, it's this needs to be a little narrower. Maybe like 4. Let's see if that does anything. Why not Unreal? Oh yeah, I mean Unreal's fine. Sorry, I in my brain I assumed you were making something 2D. Yeah, I mean Unreal's fine. You got blueprints. That'll give you a good understanding of the logic without having to learn too much code. Nice. So now we fall through properly. Do you think I should make it so that you get those boards? Like this looks like you can really grab onto it. Do you think I should have those everywhere or is that too much? Thank you, Wumpy. It's not really done yet, but it's getting there. Yeah, I mean Unity takes a percentage too, so I wouldn't just recommend it on that basis. This is Unity. Yeah, I just think that's so clear. But yeah. Like I did this for walls, right? Having things that look like they sort of are climbable on the walls. So you would think, well, you can climb that. Do I write unit tests for your game? I've recently started doing a unit test for gameplay where players can do testing on specific gameplay components and give me feedback on them. And those components change with the game, and the feedback can change as the components change for the same tests. So like I've got a platforming test, and then players can play the platforming section. And if I change the way platforming works, those same tests can either fail or pass, or get better or worse scores from players. So that's about as far as I go. I don't do like unit tests as far as like code checks, because that's just not how I was raised as a programmer. So like it would just be something that goes here, basically, is what we're talking about. Yeah, I mean all ledges are climbable right now. Even some that are like these ledges. I do think some affordance is better than nothing. Like this is climbable. That doesn't really even look it as far as I'm concerned. Like, does that look climbable? When I ask the question, yeah, sure. Only if I ask about specific things. I'm not asking for general feedback at the moment, though. Yeah. Well, that's a separate kind of conversation, isn't it? You are biased, yeah. Look, it's not really been an issue up to this point. I'll say that much. It's been pretty fine. I mean, there's not really much else you can do. Once you jump here, it's like, whoa, what's next? And you jump at it and go, oh, I guess I can grab that. You know, it's kind of not that complicated. So Jacksy Blue, thanks for the follow. So let's come back over to here. I mean, I have like tooltips in the game. That's no problem. Like you will see a thing that says jump and then like ledge climb and stuff. Like that's not going to be there. Wait, what? Foreground 1, 0. Yeah. Maybe this should happen. I think it should happen further over. Like here. Oh. That's really annoying. He kind of can't be on screen. Can you bring up something random? It wouldn't be you, Dithron, if you didn't do that. So I guess yes, you may. Could I even stop you if I wanted to? There we go. That's a bit better. Oh, still in front of the thing. Let's fix that right now. Wait, that's character 20. How is he... If this is character 20 and he is on 4... Oh, he should be on character 5. Yeah, I agree. The Last of Us logo is just sort of like impact font. That's a bit dirty. I think the new avatar isn't Papyrus. I need to do a new ensign. I disappeared. I'm back. Magic. Okay. I don't think I ever really did this. Except for that. That's about as far as I got. I don't think this has all of them in it. And I don't think this does either. Gonna have to get that from my computer. Thanks, Trance. The Kingdom series. The water is definitely inspired by Kingdom, without a doubt. No question at all. That is definitely Kingdom water. Out of reverence, because I love that game. Foreground 1. Yeah, cool. So I guess I'll just have to redraw this. You know what? I'm just going to sketch it first. Nice. I'm glad. That makes me feel like I'm doing something good in the world. If I'm giving some inspiration to somebody. Let's call that the ability. For now. I feel like it needs something else. Something not quite right about it. Maybe it could be more like this. It's very much like a calligraphy eye. Like that's the wall climb and that's the kickoff. Hey, Benzeji. Benzeji? Benzeji? Привет. Oh, that's cool, Distron. Cool. We'll just let that be. Done. Scale go. Light it up. Hey, Big Imp. Oh, thank you so much. I wasn't gonna say this, but you've made it relevant. Sometimes, you know, I'll read comments on YouTube that really shake me. Like, I've got quite an ego. I'm happy, not happy, but I'm okay saying this. Like, you know, I put myself out there on the internet. Of course, I want people to like what I do, and if people don't like what I do or don't approve of me, then I feel like I have to change something about me, because so much of what I do is about marketing my game, and so the game being good and me being good are kind of like tied up together. And sometimes the odd person will just come through and say something that's kind of like very pointy at me. They'll be like, I came here 3 years ago and I've just come back and it looks like you haven't done anything. What are you really even doing? Can you call yourself a game developer? Like, it's all just a front, you know, you're just a content creator. Don't say that it's because your game's big. You know, like, gee, okay, like, God. Like, what did I say to you? So, like, when stuff like that happens, like, it's kind of hard for me to, like, not, you know, respond to that or take that personally. Like, of course I'm going to take it personally. It's personal. So, you know, it's a little parasocial. I don't know. I just like to think to myself, like, how do I interpret this? You know what I mean? That somebody wrote this. Do they not? Did I do something? You know? Like, this person doesn't know me at all. They don't watch the stream. They haven't seen me working on the game, you know? So how could they have an opinion that's worth listening to? But at the same time, I need to listen to people's opinions because I'm trying to market the game to people. Yeah. It's just you know. So anyway, I'm grateful. Thank you so much for sending positive messages. I mean, like, intellectually, of course, I just go, that person doesn't know what they're talking about, move on. But, you know, there's obviously a part of me that fears that kind of thing is true. There's obviously, I think about how long I've spent on the game and whether or not I'm going to make it in time for it to be worth people's time, and whether or not I'm worthy of leading a team and all this stuff. Of course, I've got insecurities about my work, whether or not I'm going fast enough. But, you know, all I can do is be authentic and try to do a good job. So I think I'm doing that. All right. Yeah, it is a slippery slope to burn out. You're totally right, Arkan. That's true, Kavi. Hey, Aldera and served it? Aldera and he served it? Thank you so much for the follow. I'm not sure I served it? Wow, I feel like I should be able to read that. Aldera and he served it. Right? Thank you for the follow. Hey, Fractal. Oh, thank you, Big Imp. Oh, Alderaan deserved it. It's a Star Wars joke. Alderaan. Got it. Got it. That makes more sense. I knew there was something there. I knew it was English. It was just, I'm not enough of a Star Wars fan. I know what Alderaan is. I know it's a planet. It gets blown up in the first one, right? Sorry. I'm a nerd, just not for Star Wars. I hate Star Wars. It's coarse and irritating. I see it everywhere. Okay. So this is going to like flume up and give us an ability. Darth Insignia. And I was going to, what else was I going to do? I see when I was only going to have one ability, I was going to take away the learning the ability process. But now I feel like maybe the mini games are okay, but 3 mini games in the tutorial might feel like a lot. So maybe the first time I do it, I just give it to you, and the second and third times you have to draw them. All right. I will take a quick break and I'll see you in a bit. I'm back with a snack. That's right, I'm doing a rap about the crap that I put in my mouth while I yap. It's tiny teddies. Correct. So somebody asked if I have any training. I don't think I learned how to do any art in art class. In high school, when you do art, it's mostly like art theory plus practice, but it's not really art education. Like, they didn't teach us drawing. There were no practical skills. Isn't that weird? That we didn't get taught any practical skills in art? It doesn't seem right, but it feels like that was how it was. Like, it's a lot of art theory. It's a lot of, and when I say theory, I mean like art history. Like, I spent probably most of my art like classes in high school learning about artists, learning critical analysis, and then the prac side was like, you know, we do like pottery or, you know, stuff like that. Like, we would do like painting, but there was very little like drawing class. I never got taught like how to draw. Like, no one ever, that stuff I was doing earlier with like the forms and shapes and stuff. Like, I don't think we got taught how to do any of this from my memory in like year 7 or 8. I don't think so. At least I don't remember it if we did. Yeah. So I loved to draw as a kid. As a kid, the kinds of stuff that I would draw was mostly like, you know, I would draw like trees. So I would do like, I would go into like the playground and I'd have like a notepad and I'd look at the trees and I'd kind of like draw them. And I'd just think about how the trees were shaped, and I just observe stuff, you know? Yeah. That was most of what I had like a book on how to draw like horses. It's so weird. All of the art stuff that I had, like the materials to learn how to do stuff as a kid, I actually only owned them because I won an art contest. So I won an art contest and bought a bunch of art books. Isn't that just like what do they call that? Like positive feedback loops, you know? It's like, well, we'll give the kid who looks like he's already got some art talent more resources. Yeah, but I was like, you know, kids are so like, when they're young, they don't really have an identity, and then like someone tells them, oh, you're really good at that, and then from then on they think I'm the kid who needs to be good at that because I got told by my teacher I was good at it. That was kind of me and art. Like I didn't really have, I had an interest, I liked it, and then someone started telling me I was good at it. And then it was like, oh, that's who I am as a person. I need to be the kid who's good at art. Hey, Johnny. Let's write a script for this. Did I have good teachers? I had a good teacher. Actually, my art teacher was a good teacher at the end of high school. My senior art teacher, he was good. But again, he was more like a mentor for us as teens growing into adults. He was more like a guidance counselor than he was like an art teacher. He was just a really cool guy who was like into cool music and let us like chill out in class a bit and kind of spoke to us like adults. He was just very different from like the other teachers in the Catholic school that I grew up in. He had a lot of like respect for us. But then the best like teachers that I ever had, probably my English teachers in high school, and then my programming teacher at uni. The professor who I learned programming from, and then design beyond that. I kind of had a string of like mentors, like kind of. Like he was really, really good. And he challenged me in a lot of interesting ways. Just in terms of like, he was like into robotics. Like he would do robotics art. So he would build robots. What his thing was like, his career in the faculty outside of like teaching was like, he built robots that used computer vision to break through the walls of an art gallery. He would set up a wall. He would make these robots that were like, I think they were on a gantry, and the robots had webcams on them and hammers on an actuator, and the robots would bang at the wall until they broke through, and then they would like go find interesting parts of the wall to break. That was his practice as an artist. And he kind of taught us creative code. He was really, really influential on me in that capacity, like learning to think about programming as more than just like exercises, but like a way to design stuff. Programming as a medium for design was like really, really interesting and influential for me. And he was my honors supervisor, so I learned a lot from him even outside of that. And he gave me a job in the faculty while I was doing my honors, and that was my first, like I had like a teaching job at the faculty as an honors student for the Programming 101 class. So that's kind of where I got it from. That was at university. Okay, so where is this Crucible stuff? It might be in the 2023 demo script. Yeah. So now there's like a prior encounter to this. Yeah. Yeah, this is dialogue. I'm using Unity, yep. Wizards and Warriors. No, I never played that. I didn't have an NES. That'll do. Have I considered using AI? I've considered it. How do I store my script? No, it's in scriptable objects. So we'll call this clearing 2 scale crucible sequence. So all I have to do is this, and now it's in the game. I have this problem though where it imports based on how similar a different characters in the game are. I think I have to rename this from voice to ethereal voice. That's better. Okay, so how is this going to work? I think as we walk past this, maybe it should just trigger. There we go, is trigger. And then trigger on collision needs to be set to true for this. Cool, but the timeline director is empty, there's nothing in it. So we need to import the text with a dialogue track. I should probably auto import this. But there's no dialogue in for this, so let's create one here. And the ethereal voice is going to come from, like, here, I guess. Hey, thank you so much, Panda, for the follow. Something break? Something broke. Okay, why? Sequence player. Sequence player. Dialogue clip behavior. Oh, I haven't plugged in the sequence player in the cutscene. That's correct. I have not done that. There we go. Now I need to make it so that the timeline doesn't start automatically. Okay, we're done. Now what? Processes, initialize process list. I am located in New South Wales. May I ask, what is that? What is it? What are you asking about? What is that when you say what is that? What is the that you mean? Let's get a cutscene camera in here. But we'll place it right there. We need an activation track for the camera. And revert at the end. There we go. Okay. What is crashing here? Oh yeah, the same thing that was crashing before. The thing that I didn't fix. The part with the green letter inside the diamond-shaped portal. What is this? This is the symbol for the ability that you're about to gain. Like an upgrade, yep. Start ability unlock process. Happens when you unlock the flag. Oh, it's ability.flag? It is an insignia. Correct. It's an ensign. Okay. Start ability unlock process. Set up forge. Da 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 da. So the design for this ability needs to be kind of empty. Scale. I don't think scale has any. That's why. So like wall climb is now called scale. Doesn't have a design yet. Okay, so let's go scale ability. Did I not just... Ability. Ability. Okay, so this needs a design. So we'll create a new design called scale. Ability design. And the processes is nothing. We don't need to do anything for this. I think we've got like a rise design. Bounce. Do I still call it bounce? It shouldn't be called that. Rise. I liked Arise. So the design for this is set up as an upgrade. Okay. And it just has a flag called just unlocked. Okay. So this is an upgrade. And hey, PMD Cat, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome, welcome. 26%. We're making our way. Making our way. No, it doesn't have one of these, but it does have a wall climb. Unlocked wall climb. Cool. Let's see if it does anything. Did I plug it in? Scalability. That's the design. Broke? Still broke. Argument cannot be null. Because I haven't updated the library. The data library. See you, Trance. That's right. There are different blueprints / designs in the smithy. Exactly. You can make different things in the game. So it finished. We do not have player control. I wonder why. Interesting. There is one other thing with the cutscene. What I do is I go to the Crucible cutscene, go to this, and then wait for timeline to end. Yay. But now it's finished for sure. Why can't we move the character? Advice on the topic of character design. What kind of game is it? Do you know what the world is? Do you know what's going to happen in the game? If you can make your character designed in such a way that their abilities are reflected in their design, I think that's going to be the best chance. So, like, I mean, I probably could have done this for Insignia. You know, if Arman was, if he's a blacksmith, maybe the hammer should have been his tool. You know, something like that. Trying to create a bit more of a tighter relationship between what the game is like and what it's about, how it plays, and what the themes are with the character design. It might, sometimes it means requiring you to design a lot of the game before there is a character design. He has a big coat because it's not his coat originally. What? Okay. Someone asked if I used AI. This is me using AI. So, Forge System Wrapper. I do my pixel art with a stylus. Virtue says, my character's mostly in the occupation of archaeology. So if your character's in archaeology, like, are there things about them as a character, maybe like specifically like mechanics that they have to interact with? Do you know what I mean? Like, what do you do in the game? I understand they're an archaeologist, but like, do you have a whip? Are you like, you know, Indiana Jones and you're doing swinging on vines, or like swinging with your whip on like on rafters, or are you like what do you know what I mean? So like designing the character such that they reflect what you do in the game as from like a mechanics abilities perspective. And also I would say from a character proportions perspective, consider like I would design your character to be the size of a character that is fun to control in the game world that you have, and then make the sprite. That's the other thing I would do. Or pick a game that exists that plays how you like and make your character similar size to that one. Some more tips for you. So, there's a problem here where our Forge System Wrapper this is not letting us get through. So start ability unlock process. This is going to happen, I guess. Setup Forge is going to happen. It's going to say, okay, we're stopping Arman from moving while we're here. So is this happening? Unlocking, setting up forge, crafting result. Wow, that's pretty good. Craft item. Okay, but what about... When do we remove effector? Ah. That's when we close the process menu. But also, we need to do it when we craft the item. So maybe it's... I guess we can remove it twice. It shouldn't be a big deal. Or I'll just do it here. There we go. Nice. We're back. Hey, Electro Crazy, thank you so much. So, now let's have a think about why we're not getting the ability unlock event. If I go to game engine, maybe it doesn't live here. Maybe it just... I don't have it in my scene at all. Is this in early access yet? Not yet. Crucible entry intro sequence wrapper. Nope. Forge activate sequence. Nope. Nope. Pedestal. Nope. Ability unlock modal and ability unlock system. These live inside of the overgrown forge. In the forge itself. Now, question is, why don't these run? Does the overgrown forge have access to the ability unlock system? Looks like it doesn't. So where does this happen? Ability unlock modal. Hey Daya. Hey Kai. Sorry. How's it going? Oh, thanks for watching. So the overgrown forge does this. Ability unlock modal dot unlock modal. This happens when we do this. Wait, ability flag? Oh, did I not set that up? Maybe that's all I have to do. This might be very simple. Unlock flag does this. Ability has an unlocked this. And then ability unlock system is here. So the overgrown forge does this. Start unlock sequence. Okay, sure. Debug.log. Starting unlock sequence. So this happens if ability.flag gets created. I see. That's fine. That's okay. It means I can only unlock abilities out of Forge, but that's kind of how the game's designed. So why does that not do anything? when I craft the design, craft item, design.output. Did we give the scale ensign design the right output? Yeah, the output is this flag. If the flag is not null. Oh, I've got craft item. Huh. Okay, hang on a second. This is my mistake. This. Okay. It's actually this that needs to be in a function called complete process or something like that. Or like, well, this is complete process, but it needs to be like give reward or like return. Like maybe give reward is enough. It seems weird, but like it's the word produce output. Yeah. So then here, it's just that. I don't need to do this anymore. Cool. That's what happens when you build code piecemeal. Cool. Except there's no text to read. But also we're kind of stuck. Interesting. I wonder why that is. So that modal is not set up quite yet, but now I kind of have to set it up because I have multiple abilities that you unlock in this demo. Man, all this stuff that I'm doing, this would be what I was doing whether or not I was doing a demo right now. It's not a glitch, it's just that like I deliberately didn't finish building this because I only needed to unlock one ability in the demo that I was doing. Now I'm doing a different demo where you can unlock 3 abilities, so I need to finish building this. I'm going to take a quick break and then we'll be back. We'll be back and we'll make this work. See you in a bit. I'm back with another snack. Snack attack. This time, it's milk. Chocolate milk. Just the way I used to do it in Bangkok. Dude, Bangkok, Thailand has like a chocolate milk like addiction. Thailand and chocolate milk is like, especially in these little cartons like this, they drink this stuff more than I wasn't aware it could be a thing that you could like this much. When you go to like a supermarket in Thailand, there is an entire aisle dedicated to this product. Just chocolate milk packs. Just an entire aisle of chocolate milk. Like more than like the noodles. More than like 2-minute noodles or ramen or anything like that. Chocolate milk. Or just milk in cartons. They love their milk over there. But not like refrigerated milk. Milk like this. Like milk in a carton. In like a little juice box. They love it. Maybe because it's like harder to get milk that's refrigerated over there. I don't know. It's like this. It's like just an aisle. They're crazy about it. An art review or talk like a pirate. Decisions, right? What? 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 This is a dialogue target? Oh. Pardon me. I don't know if the link... That link is your local computer. That's never going to work. You're going to have to... Oh no, that link might work. I'll review it, sure. This what you want to review? That's not bad. I'm not sure what this is at the front. That's my only thing about it. It's annoying that it doesn't... Let me just save the image. But it's PNG? Oh. It's hard. I can't zoom the way I want. I know I can go fit. Maybe that's fine. Yeah, this here is a little confusing. It feels like there's a smear going on, but then the arms look like they're shooting off the smear. So it looks like we're kicking forward. We're like punching black and gray bars. That's kind of like what it looks like. Exaggerate the arm movement. Yeah, I just don't know what it looks like. They're sort of fading away. It looks like it's like, what the impression I get is from it is that it's like this. It looks like we're going this, 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 this. That's what I'm seeing when I look at this. See how it's like, it looks like a big shape and then a smaller shape next to where the big shape used to be, and then a smaller shape next to where the previously smaller shape used to be. That looks like we're creating an object that's flying away, like the same thing you're doing with the skidding. That's what that's giving me. It's giving me punching in the air. So maybe like typically I'd expect to see something reconnect. Like if it's an arm, I want to see the arm connect all the way, unless we're going for something more like Rayman, but that's harder to sell with these colors, I think. Pardon me. I really like your cape. The cape's perfect. Maybe this frame, I wish I could just like pause this. the frame where it's most down, I'm seeing something that looks a bit like this. This frame, I would flatten it a bit. Because it just looks like the volume is a lot bigger. It's the frame just before it comes back up. It's not bad. I mean, you're doing like a tilting, which is kind of good. You know what? I take it back. I think it works. I think it works. My other big criticism is just where the hips are. The hips are very kind of low. It makes it look like the legs are really, really short. Because I'm getting like, the arms are like this, and the legs are like this. If you look at that, that's much shorter. And if anything, the arms should be shorter than the legs. So I would just keep it a little bit more like tighter in. And then maybe the way that you fix it is that if the hips are up here, now this is the leg, but your hips are down here. It's a PNG. Okay, cool. Okay. So this is what we got. So, yeah. Pardon me. I don't know what's going on with my computer. What the heck? Okay, I fixed it. So yeah, like, if you look right now, you've got Your hips are here. And if you think about the way that you really like solve this is think about this leg, what it should look like when it's straight. Okay. So now we can see here when it's straight, how long is this leg? It's pretty long. It's like that long. So if that is what the leg looks like when it's straight, we have to really lean over to make this work. So if we move the hips up a little bit, now this doesn't feel quite so bad, right? It feels like maybe if we were to stretch this out, now we're kind of here with the foot there. To me, that works a lot more. And you could still have it like this going into that makes sense too. Like that's totally fine. It's not that this is wrong or bad. It's just that relative to, like if this was the legs, I kind of would almost expect the body to be kind of like the head almost like here. You know, that's kind of the space that I'd be looking at. But since the head is all the way up here, and you got your arms here, yeah, I think like the legs should be more like this for that. Maybe not that quite so long, but I'm still looking at hips like here. This one, it's not so bad. It's really just where this bottom of this leg ends. It's just where they join up. Right now, that point feels like it's this. That feels like where your legs meet. Whereas you kind of want it to be about there. So if that's where it is instead, then this leg does exactly what it's doing. The knee is fine. You just have to join it up here. And then this other leg can still be doing what it's doing. It just joins up higher up. So it's really mostly about, yeah, the butt's too low. Exactly. Exactly. Just for my tastes, because otherwise your torso now looks like this, which is quite long, I think, with the butts here. Relative to this leg. But I really like this. I think this is great in terms of the... Like if I look at your points, you got point, 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 point. Yeah? And then we've got here, 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 here. Actually, yeah, I'm seeing some opportunity here to do this a bit better. So this is going here, 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 here. So I think this frame here, I would bring this across. And then I feel like this frame is it should be where this frame is. I feel like this should be all the way down here maybe. I'm just cutting into this, don't worry. I won't, obviously it's on your computer, but just gonna try something here. That reads a lot smoother to me. Although maybe this can still be a little higher up at the top. It was just yeah, I think that's better. So if I go back, what I'm looking for when I'm looking at this is look at the distance that these are moving every frame. Particularly this one here. What's up, Swizz? Oh, you got ads. Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm like, Ad, that's my nickname. Who's Ad? Who else is Ad? Alright, I'll wait for Infamous to come back. Okay. Are you back? I don't think he is back yet. Well, they are back. I don't know if Infamous is a boy or a girl. Or non-binary. Chucky Milk. Ah, he can't say no to Chucky Milk. Okay. Is there anything else we can talk about? 5 ads. Jeez Louise. I'm so sorry. That's too many ads. So, you guys come here often? You're back. Okay. All right. So we're looking at this middle point of the, if you think of this as like a chain, like a rope or something, think about this middle part. So if we watch it, here to here to here is good. Look at how consistent that is. It's moved there to there to there to there. Good, good. To down. Good, good. Oh, what happened? We didn't move much that last frame. That's the part that I would be correcting. So it's great, it's great, it's great. And then it kind of stalls out right between here and here. It doesn't really move much. But then the next frame, it moves a lot. So because this is a running loop, the movement should be pretty consistent. So it should be like doop, 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 doop. Which means that this frame should be closer to where this one is. Yeah, it just got a bit stuck between these two. That's all. These two frames are just not enough happens with the cape. Like this is very consistent. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's like 1, 2, 1, 2, which is good. That's the shoulders moving left, right. And so I would just think about, you know, as this shifts over, this is kind of like going to whip around. But it doesn't do it on the second frame. It's like 1, it's like down, down, nothing, and then it shifts. So it just moved a bit more. In terms of arms, should I throw out the idea of smear frames? I think, I feel, I don't know if you watched this particular video, but I kind of regret making it. Let me see if I don't even know if this one. I regret this video. It's one of my older ones. And what I regret most about it is this. The amount of smearing that I do in this tutorial it's a lot. And people love to follow this one. I still think it's it's a nice smooth animation. I make the mistake of making the legs too long and the hips too low in this tutorial compared to how I would do it now. And I've done other tutorials since this one on this topic to try to like erase this, but people love this video, so I didn't want to take it down. So Look at how young he looks. I have redone this tutorial. There's a much better one. The one that I like is this one. Hey, welcome to the... So this one is... it was more recent. I did it like a year later. I could do it again. But this one probably also has some smearing in it as well. But I think in this one, I by the time I get to the end, I've removed the smears. Yeah. So that's much better in my reckoning. Here you can see it's just more fluid. It's got a bit more character. And the smears are gone. So, I think just for the sake of your animation, I know it's still really old. I would just think about it like this. Let's hide this and then make a new one. So you have something that's like out here, I guess. And then you're sort of here. And then you're sort of here. I would hold this a little longer before you pull it back. And then kind of pull it back. That's kind of how I would do it. Not exactly, I mean, that's very quick, but your shoulders were very binary. So the positions of the arms can also kind of have that binary aspect where they're like forward, back, forward, back. So you can, on this frame, because it's a smear frame, you're kind of capturing a lot of stuff happening at once. You can smear out a little. 1 sec, pals. Did I get... Okay, nobody's talking to me. Cool. You can kind of use this opportunity to find the like middle, like what's the median of this? It's like, okay, the arms come forward, but this isn't as bent yet. Maybe it's a little loose. Or you could tighten it up, whatever you want to do. I do have streamer mode off. I just turned it off, yeah. I don't really like how whippy this is, so I might instead bring this a little forward. And loosen this off. And then have it like that. Not quite. Not quite. Maybe it's still here. Nah, I liked it where it was. So it's like, it's this frame needs to be a bit more further over. And maybe we've got a bit of crossover, so the arm's going into the distance, so it doesn't have to come up so high. So this isn't perfect or anything. It's just how I would think about it, you know? You still checked your notifications. Yeah, I would just think about, and you can think about this as like an elbow question first. And then from the elbow down second. If you want to make it simpler, you can think about the mechanics of just one component of the limb at a time. One lever at a time. So this could actually help me too. Right, it's that swinging that you want, the pendulum. Oh. Maybe this could be still up a little bit. Right? And then on a new layer, now we could even try doing the rest of it. So like, if this was like a pendulum, you know, if I was going like fully loose, right? Think about what would happen. This would swing. This is now not caught up yet. And then it would be in line and it would probably overshoot. and then it would be not caught up yet, and then it would be in line, and then it would like overshoot. So this is going to look very floppy, but that's kind of like if it was just a what do you call that? Like a pin going through a lever? What is that? Like on a train? What do they call those pieces that go? I don't know what not a sleeper. What is that? A hinge? Just like a hinge joint. But because the elbow has tendons and muscles in it, and when you run, you try to keep your hands kind of like up because you're kind of like wading through the air a little bit. Then instead, we want to have this kind of like feel a little bit tighter. So you are doing that. But I think that there's still room for a little bit of that flex right here. This is like super locked in. To me, I feel like this is almost like a missed opportunity to add a little bit of flex or something. Like I like to think of it like if I can make the character's weight show through. Like here on this frame, if I've pulled my arms all the way back, as I come forward, they're going to open up a little bit. So yeah, exactly. Yeah. I might loosen this off a little on this frame. Maybe even on this frame. But not like... I think what you have is fine. Like, I think you're doing a good job. I'm just kind of giving you, I guess, a bit of stimulus. I'm giving you something to think about. Like, don't copy this one-to-one because I did it in like 2 minutes. I'm just showing you how to think about how you would animate that. Maybe I bring this more like this. Lower this down. No, it needs to linger. There's also this idea of, I have this thing of like parallels and perpendiculars. So one way that you can like troubleshoot this is think about where the legs are. You can make the arms, so the opposite arm needs to do the opposite of this. So this limb here going this way, this and this are parallel, and then this and this are like perpendicular. It's not like perfect, but that's kind of the way that I sometimes think about it. So you're kind of doing it like here, that is kind of perpendicular to like this. Just a little thing. But you'll figure it out. I think one of the things that I would say, there's a lesson here, okay? In how you're thinking about your, like the first thing that you said to me when you showed it to me was, I had trouble because the arms are black. I had trouble showcasing it. Maybe that's a little hint that your character's colors could be a little bit more diverse and vibrant to help show those motions better. Because you've got good animation skill, but I feel like all of these dark shapes are kind of hiding it. So if it's hard for me to give the feedback and it's hard for you to communicate the shapes because the colors are so flat and dark, maybe it's worth exploring having a bit more contrast, you know? It doesn't help because your background's so dark too, but something to think about. But it's good that you've got differentiation. Like, you're definitely doing something, but maybe you can keep it black as well, but the cape has to do a bit more work. That's all. Right now, I feel like everything's very in the one space. I get that your character's supposed to be kind of like stealthy, but maybe it's more of a silhouette question then. Like, can you make your shapes feel more easily readable? So making them, like, in this case, you could make this, like, you know, bigger. And then that makes this easier to see against. Little things like that. Story significance. Well, this is the thing. This is where it gets hard. So, like, you can either... There's nothing wrong with having those constraints, but it's worth thinking about, like, your game is a game that people are going to play. If there's something about your character design that makes the game hard to play, maybe the game being playable is worth more than the character looking consistent with a lore decision that you made. Do you know? So it's not to say that you can't have a stealthy character. Lots of characters have black cloaks and stuff. It's more just like, what are your priorities? Your higher priorities, and can you balance them on the way down? You know, if we change the background color to something just like, you know, a gray. My real concern here is mostly in just the front stuff. It's mostly what's going on here. If you get rid of all that, you could give him like a Naruto run and it would be honestly probably easier in terms of like just simplifying what we can see so that we can track things better. I'm not saying you should make it a Naruto run. I'm just saying that this right now is easier to read and more satisfying to look at than what you had going with the arms before. That's the thing. Like, it's like someone who confidently says fewer words compared to someone who struggles to say lots of words. You know, just because you said a lot of words, that doesn't make what you said more understandable. So in this case, because you had like a lot of stuff going on, you know, it's kind of hard to follow. There's good stuff and there's confusing stuff, and the confusing stuff is stepping on the good stuff. So first port of call, obviously, simplify it down. Go back to those fundamentals, just get the arms in a place where they make sense. But I would even take like a lot of the visual effects stuff and don't worry about that for this animation. For a sprite sheet, that stuff can go, you can do that in the engine, you know? Just get the shapes looking readable and satisfying to look at first. That's your priority. And you can think about other stuff. Pardon me. Cool. Man, today I am just doxing myself. Not actually, but I'm lucky that like all the stuff on my computer is like fine. Is it fine? Let me just check that. Just like clicking stuff. Yeah, there's nothing bad in my downloads folder. It's all normal stuff. No pirated software. Hey, Adam Wilson, welcome. All right, so this needs to be hooked up to the, is this the dialogue target? Let's have a look. Content wrapper, Airflame, dialogue. Doesn't have any code that references the thing. 3D Animation Gang, welcome, welcome. Yeah, so I'm doing pixel art, of course. Let me show you a little bit about my game. So I'm making a game called Insignia. It's a side-scrolling action adventure with kind of some Metroidvania elements, but mostly more closer to like Zelda. And this is what it looks like. And yeah, there's like quests and abilities to unlock and story, and I do all of the things. So I do the animation and the code, and I do the VFX and the story and the music so far. But I'm looking to sort of build a team around my project sooner than later. So I'm looking for some grant funding, and currently like in the process of putting together a demo so that I can apply for a grant. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's getting there. It's come a long way to look like this. I've been on this project for a long time. I know I'm getting Discord pings. I'm so sorry. Let me turn on streamer mode again. Or I'll just quit Discord. That might be easier. Cool. It's gone now. I never did that. No, I never said I would either. Cool. So yeah, like the game is, it's an action game and it focuses on sword combat. So I've got lots of different attack animations and they all have different kind of features in the game. So there are like aerial attacks and different like parries, like directional parries. And in this game, you steal abilities from enemies, basically. So you can use those abilities to then do platforming challenges, and it kind of weaves platforming and combat together. It is made in Unity, yeah. I'm solo so far. I've been on this since 2017. It's been just like a long-running project that I've had, and I've been full-time on it. About 60% of my time since 2017 has been full-time on this game. I've done some Godot work as well. Godot's fine. It's good. How did I get the leaves on the trees to move like that? So that's just a shader. That's taking noise space, it's like a 2D texture of noise, and kind of like scrolling through it horizontally. And I've got two different scales of noise, so two different octaves, one that's like low res and one that's like very, very granular. And they're both moving over the sprite and offsetting the UV by just a little bit. Thank you, Anim. Thank you, Wilson. Yeah, so all they're doing is just shifting the pixels on the trees by 1 pixel this way or that way. Yeah, I agree. I think it looks good too. I haven't really seen this be done before, quite this way. So I'm surprised because it's not complicated. I mean, it's the same process for how I do the water as well. You just take noise and you filter it through a texture. This water is actually from a game called Kingdom, and I kind of like studied the way it looked, and I was like, I want my water to look like that. So, I mean, it's very straightforward as well. It's just you reflect what's in the texture of the background upside down, and then you ripple it on the x-axis with noise, and then you take, basically you step you do a step function on the very, very highest parts of the noise, like a cutoff, like right at the top. And then that's your ripples on the top of the water. That's it. That's the whole thing. Make it like semi-transparent. Done. Cool. So, right now what we're doing is working on an unlock sequence for an ability, which I was some part way through. Basically, I need to add a Text Mesh Pro character label. How does this work with floating dialogue? Oh, I don't set the character name with the text. Oh, I see. Ah, I need to do that now. Hey, Nordther. No, that was correct English. That was fine. Yes, the demo from 2020 is this is kind of replaced that basically. So this should probably work now, but it's not going to replace this yet. So we're doing cutscenes at the moment for an unlock sequence. This unlock sequence is it's not fully polished. It's at the functional level, but it only currently works for one ability, and I've got like 16 in the game. So I'm just trying to make it a bit more modular so that it works with other ones too. Right now, nothing is happening. So the fact that it shows up is good. I don't know why the text doesn't update. Hey, I'm Izzy. Thank you so much for the follow. Why could that be? I think it should have access to the ability, unless there is a sequence. There's no error, so it's not breaking. Ability unlocked sequence. I think I do some fun stuff here where I, yeah. Description. Did I write a description for this ability? That would be an issue. So this is for scale ability design. Oh, I didn't give it a description or a name. Wait, no, this is the... Okay. Scale. I don't think that's how that works. Did I really not? Oh, there's a description. Cool. So, let's look at the text that I wrote for Arise. Okay. Hmm. Cool. When I'm thinking of making games, I can't manage too many things, even if my game is small. Any suggestion on managing too many things? Yeah, management software. For sure. Still nothing. So, have what's called a game design document to plan out your ideas so that you don't forget them. This is my document. I have a bunch of different pages where I do things like project direction. So over here, this is like my definition of what my game is, what it stands for, what it's supposed to be, and how it's supposed to feel and play. My goals for it. This is a bit of a timeline that I've got going on. Ideas about how I'm going to reach this timeline. I've got things that I'm trying to achieve in the near future, and why I'm achieving those specific things, like for like a marketing perspective or like on my journey towards getting a publisher. To-do lists, just different exercises. And then in other tabs, I've got basically just working documents on things like visual effects or rationalization for my like ability systems. So how and why they're supposed to work, what are the concepts behind them, and how do I think about player choices? So like, do enemies behave this way or this way? Do I have types of enemies? Do I have different body sizes? What am I teaching the player when I'm doing this stuff? And then like, this is my ability template catalog. So like each of the abilities in the game, I have different little like level chunk ideas for like how I can use those abilities. So this lets you like get a double jump. And I've got lots of different ways that you can use that double jump. And I've got that for every ability in my game. So thinking about the game this way, you know, trying to make decisions and record the decisions in a way that's easy to find and remember later. And even some specific problems, like here I have this idea of like a camera confiner. So like something that stops the camera at the edges of the level. I spent a whole day thinking about how I could solve this problem in an intuitive way. In the end, we couldn't really solve it. So I ended up settling for a more manual design where I just placed two colliders at the edge of the level and they stop the camera from moving. But, you know, it's good to record all the thinking because, you know, one day it might be useful to remember why I did it the way that I did it. And then even things like UX and UI. So, UX flows. This is like unlocking abilities in my game. I stream every day. Thanks. Thanks for the follow. So thinking about other games and how they do unlocks, and even doing a case study. So this is called a competitive analysis in user experience design. So I actually like watch other games. I look at how they teach the player, what they teach the player. I take notes about what kind of information is available at what stage of the tutorial. And then I compare that with what I'm trying to do and with other games. So you try to find the overlap, right? Like 3 out of 4 games restrict this kind of information until after you have the ability. And then they use tooltips to guide the player. Stuff like that. You know, this is research. So then that helps guide my design, right? I think about, okay, I need to explain what the thing is. I need to show you what the input button is. When does this happen? How do I communicate this to the player? And then things like long-term progression systems, so like Sphere Grid in Final Fantasy X, or like these unlock systems in other games. You know, when these work well, what are they doing well? So I write it all down in documents like this, like all day. I've got like tons of these pages of stuff where I'm just thinking about things, writing it down and helping. Well, if you can see it, if you can see all your ideas, it's easier to track them and to work with them like clay. That's how I am anyway. But I've also been building this game a long time, so it's easier for me to remember what I'm doing. So, is this running? That's my question. It is running. Okay. If it's running, why are we not seeing the text? Is this happening? No, I don't have a. It's not publicly available. Okay, it actually is set as the dialogue target, which means that it is here. Why can't we see it? Is the text actually being populated inside of the text box? Nope. What inspired me? I really wanted to make a game, and this game just sort of formulated in my mind. I'd worked on a bunch of projects that I have a video about this if you're interested, but I worked on a bunch of projects that I was just mucking around with, and they never really stuck. I kind of like got 3 to 6 weeks in, and then I kind of got bored of them. And this project is different because the idea behind the project, the concept, is not just a mechanical thing. It's not just an educational thing. It's a story that I have an emotional connection to. So I basically wrote a story, and now I'm building a game around the story. And when you have that, it's very hard to get bored of it, because it's like there's so much things. There is so much to be curious about. Like, I got curious about the execution of making it. I didn't get curious about just building one system or a different system. You know, like, if you're like, I want to make a platformer. As soon as your game is a platformer, you're going to get bored of it. Like, as soon as it does the thing that you decided to do, before it's a finished project, you'll get bored. And the thing is, 90% of the game dev time is spent not building those main mechanics, but actually polishing the game. So once you've got something that's like functional, you're like, oh, I guess now I would have to make the rest of a game. I think I'm done here. For me, it's like, the thing that I'm curious about is, how do I tell this story and build a game that's complete around that story? Like, how do I really capture your attention, and the kind of like, how do I make you interested in the game for the full duration of the game? Answering those questions has been something that I'm constantly kind of curious about and persistent of. And you know, it's been a whole journey of like getting player feedback and learning from other developers how they work, and making mistakes and rewriting things and trying to get closer. Sounds like scope creep. Everything sounds like scope creep if you're afraid of scope. All right. So, why is this happening? Okay. I mean, it brings up the text box. Hey, Grey Atlantean. Thank you so much for the follow. And Noko. Thank you so much for the follow. I need to know the state of this. I know that a... Okay, let's just do it this way. It's waiting for something. What's it waiting for? Dialogue target or timeline? It's probably dialogue target. Wait, what? Oh, what? Timeline? Is there even a timeline here? Oh. This? Well, it never really read the text out. I'm so confused. What do I do about this? Yeah, that's supposed to read that out now. If it crosses this line. But it never sets the text. It never gets here. It does support breakpoints. I unfortunately don't have access to them because of the way that I've set up VS Code. The debugger is not compatible with the plugins that I'm using for formatting. So I'm using, it's so frustrating. It's like the C# extension doesn't play nicely with the Unity extension. And OmniSharp only plays nice with one of them. So if you want to use OmniSharp, you can't have the debugger because you can't use the extension that it relies upon. It's really dumb. And I prefer to have OmniSharp than the debugger. There is a way to get around this. I have a second VS Code that I can configure with the debugger, but no OmniSharp. But the thing is, I don't know where the breakpoint is. I don't know where it's getting hitched somewhere. So it's like I have and this is very rare. I have like a dialogue system and I'm using the dialogue system to populate the title of the ability that you just unlocked. And it's a dialogue sequence. And what's happening is it's not really reading that sequence, even though it's crossing over the point in the timeline where the dialogue occurs. So I'm just confused a little bit about like what it is that, I don't know what's not happening. Do you know what I mean? Something's not working correctly that makes the text not be read out. but I don't know what that something is. See you, Peter. It's weird because this actually works in a different part of the game. No, I never want to start things from scratch. It's not a behavioral loop. It's more like a holding pattern, I think. Setting up Visual Studio. I could do that. I don't really use VS. Just code. Like this. So it's this, right? So this should be doing this now. Yeah, it's fine. So yeah, it never actually tries to play the dialogue. Scene graph and state management tools, they're not public, no. Scene graph is a custom thing that I wrote and it's not public. I haven't tried Rider. I think you have to pay for it, right? It's strange because I can go, like if I just save this now, and go to a different scene where there's another one of these Crucible things. This one. I don't think it has this problem. I don't use Godot, so it doesn't help me. I use Unity. Thanks, Spectra. Sorry, there's a mini game as well. Forgot about that. Okay, so this is the part that we're talking about. Oh, it broke. What? Wow, okay. Well, that's good to know. Oh, because we don't have title text on this one. Well, that's not really a good test then. I have used it before, in a video, but not for this game. Title text. But see, the thing is, that error not being thrown in the other scenario means that it's not even getting to that point. And I don't know why it's not getting to that point. That's what's confusing to me. The fact that none of this, it's not even, it doesn't even care. It's not throwing an error. It's not doing anything. So yeah, I don't know, man. Don't know. Unless this target is something. Maybe there's something about the way that it's set up that I didn't really do the second time. No, that looks pretty much normal to me. Let's do a quick check. I'm not going to know what it is I'm looking for here, though. That's the thing. When this happens, yeah, I mean, that's great. Why does that work? I don't know. What's the scene graph tab? It's scene graph. It's something that I built for my game to do like world map stuff, just so I can see all the scenes and graph them, so I can connect them together and make them connected. Yeah, so this, oh god, this works here. I don't know why it doesn't work otherwise. No, it's not about what I call it. It's not hard coded that way. The text is written on its own. It's not populated in this. So if I go, look, what I'm trying to say is here, this is just text that's written in the thing as a default. It should say nothing. Title goes here. That's what's, you're just seeing that. So that's just what happens when you get nothing. or when nothing happens. See? No, I don't know anything about Unreal. I did make my fonts. Yeah, I shouldn't have, but I did. So, I'm still not sure why it's not running it. Does that sequence... Both of these. There's actually like 4 fonts in my game that I created. Okay. This ability unlocked sequence. It uses the far camera. It has this timeline. It doesn't have a quest flag. It has dialogue, but no character. I don't think it needs to have a character. I think this is all fine. I mean, what can I do? So the event is not prepared. It's not ready. It doesn't think that it's ready to show the text. Shouldn't have made them because there would have been easier ways to do it. And there are things about my font that I don't love that I probably could have. Just like, if you're responsible for making something, then you're responsible for updating it. That's it. If it's not perfect, it's your job to make it perfect. Whereas if you find a font that's perfect, it's just perfect all the time. And if you use a tool that somebody else built, then you can rely on them to update it. You should make the fewest amount of things necessary. Sometimes that's all the things. Sometimes you have to make all the things, but other times, you know, there's better ways to do it. So, what is holdups? It's a list of objects. And if neither of those things are happening, then we've got a different problem. So that's interesting. Wait, what? Hang on a second. Prepared event is false. So the event's not prepared. But there's something holding us up. But we don't know what it is. What the heck? What does that even mean? It's not the timeline and it's not a director? What is this? The unlock modal is holding us up. What the heck? What does that mean? I don't even remember writing this system. Holdups.add. Ability unlock modal. I don't even remember writing this, man. On dialogue, wait for target start. On dialogue, wait for target end. Hey, Disgen. Disgen? I am leaving in a sec, but I'm just trying to figure out what the heck this is. Finished. Started hiding. Finished hiding. Gandalf's voice? Okay. Alright, you get Gandalf's voice for the rest of the next 5 minutes.
Alright. Now it's time to figure out how this code works. Ancient runes written by the elves and dwarves. I cannot make them out. I have no memory of this place. So, what we're going to do here is determine how this thing works. So, there is an issue here where we are waiting for the dialogue target. Now, in this case, friends of the stream, the dialogue target is this card here. It has two text boxes. One of them is the title and the other is the body of the dialogue. We're waiting for the body of the dialogue, or better yet I should say, we're waiting for the text box card to finish doing something, but I'm not sure why it's even being added in the first place. Alright, so that's the next thing we should be searching for. Searching for? Checking.
See ya, Spectra.
Okay. I hear Morgan Freeman.
Unfortunately, Morgan Freeman is a completely different accent. Morgan is way over here.
Gandalf the Grey is over there.
United States of America.
Middle Earth. Positively different universes.
Okay.
So, finished hiding. Why are we hiding in the first place? When we begin showing the modal, something's got to happen. Update appearance, not that. Refresh text, no. It would be opening. When we open the text. Or show. Invoke unlock modal. Set target. Set up sequence. Yes. Well, Chaz Watkins, I thought I was doing it the exact same way. It's based on a system, so it shouldn't really be any different. It should be executing precisely the way it was written. Yes. Something small, something I've overlooked. A ring, perhaps. Let's look for hold-ups and figure out when we're adding to this list. This is where the source of the problem is. The source of all of its power. Yes. So, holdups.add happens when we add a holdup. Here we're adding a director. And here we have the target. This is the problem. And we call this on dialogue wait for target start. Started hiding. Now, why might this be hiding in the first place? I don't know. Started hiding. Dot invoke. Is it closing? That's very weird. Close? Perhaps?
Alright, that's enough, Gandalf. Still there. We did close... Hang on a second. We did close it. Why are we closing it? Hello? Why are we closing the ability unlock modal? Excuse me? Oh, do you know what this could be?
It could be a race condition. Arriving precisely when it means to.
It could be a race condition. I think what it is... You actually might be right. There are two dialogue systems. Or dialogue... I call them targets. It's basically the text box that the dialogue gets printed to. Okay? So, what's happening is, I think, we have, on one hand, this dialogue target. Right? This is the voice. It is closing. While it closes, a different dialogue target is opening. If I set a different dialogue target before the first one finishes closing, it may never fire off the event to tell the dialogue engine, hey, I'm finished closing. You don't have to worry about me now. That could be it. That could be it. And what's crazy about this is add hold up. I don't think references work that way. When we add hold up, it's dialogue.target. That is the ability unlock modal, which is what this is, right? The modal is holding us up. But then maybe the modal is being told to close. Uh-huh. Well, here we do this. When we set a new target, we close the old target. We open the new one. They're two different things. One is a sequence. So there's a sequence of stuff that happens. This is a sequence. And then the sequence ends. It triggers a flag. The flag triggers an event. The event triggers the next sequence. Yeah. So here we're transitioning to the unlock modal from floating dialogue, which is right. Then we play the sequence, that's right. Then the prepared event, and now we're still kind of waiting, apparently. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on, because target.close is the only reason why. Target.close is the only reason why we might be waiting for it, if it's in the middle of closing or something. I might have to pick at this tonight. I don't think I can do this on stream. I gotta go get some dinner and do other stuff. That's annoying, isn't it? It's so annoying to end on a bug like this. It's such a minor bug too. It's basically just things happening, stepping on each other's toes, I think. I do have a lead. I'm just very confused about transitioning to unlock modal from floating dialogue. So we start a new sequence. I just don't get it. What happens if I make it wait? It's not something, it's like a new problem. I haven't encountered it before. So like, I just need to do some more discovery, I guess, on it. What I could do is inside of add hold up, we log it so we can find out when it gets added. Does the minigame unlock something? The minigame doesn't unlock anything, but the minigame serves as an amount of time when one sequence ends and the next sequence begins. So it might even be a question of like half a second during something fading out. If something else tries to start, we never get the event at the end of the fade out. because the target gets swapped before the release gets to happen. It's like, you know, I'm I don't even know how to. It's like Adam picks up a mug of coffee. When Adam drinks from the mug, after Adam drinks from the mug, he puts the coffee down. When Adam puts the coffee down, then we can pour another drink. But what's happening is, while I'm drinking, before I get to put the coffee down, someone swaps my mug for a different mug, and now I'm putting water down, so I don't get a refill. You know, it's something like that. It's like the ending of the thing is interrupted by something, which means that we never catch what happens because it's no longer the same condition. Something like that. I don't know if that's a very... Giving breathing time. Something like that, I think. So let's look at this. Let's look at the holdups. The ability unlock system becomes a holdup. Interesting. And then we add the ability unlock modal. That's also a holdup. That's interesting that there's two of those. Then the system's a holdup, but then the system stops being a holdup, but the modal remains a holdup. It never goes away. That is fascinating. Why is this a holdup in the first place? Oh my goodness, why is that a holdup? The modal and the system can both hold up the dialogue system. This has a sequence player. That's the ability unlock sequence. Oh, I see. Wait, do I see? Oh, what the heck? The modal and the system both try to manage this? One is the playable director. Oh yeah, one is the director. And the other one is the... So this, we can be waiting for this to catch up to here. So that the text won't play until the director's caught up with the text. Like if the timeline hasn't reached any text yet, the dialogue system will wait. That makes perfect sense. And then once we reach the dialogue system, it's going, hey, but we still can't play because the modal hasn't finished opening or whatever. But that's a misnomer because it's not that the modal hasn't finished opening. I don't think. Well, when did we add it? Right at the beginning, right? On the exact same frame, we added it. And you can see it here, actually. The call stack lets us know. Director finished callback. Dialogue engine.stop. Ability unlock modal.close. Wait a second. We transition here. Oh, I'm seeing it. We transition here. We set the target. To the ability unlock modal. Why do we do that here? This is all happening on the one frame. So we start the second sequence. So we're finishing one, we call an event, the event triggers, all on the one frame. We start the next one. It's happening on the exact same frame. And this transitions from one to the other. But then here, it's literally a race condition. It literally is a race condition. Here, the sequence begins. I'm still not sure. How did we get to this point here where we transition to the... Oh, because this is waiting for the quest flag straight away. So ability unlock modal dot invoke unlock modal. This... Huh. This is too early. This happens before the dialogue ends for the previous sequence. Okay, let me draw it out for you. Oh my gosh, that was just sucky. That just really sucks. Okay, so we got the sequence A, sequence B. Here's our timeline. Here's the timeline. B starts after A. At this point, right at the end, when this finishes, for sequence B to start, then an event gets called. Finished. At this point here, the callbacks for this is, one of them is set up the next dialogue target. And then the next one is start the next sequence. These things are happening in this order, but they should be happening in this order. That's literally it. Do I play any tabletop RPGs? I used to play D&D a little bit. Because if this happens before this happens, then I don't know, something bad happens as a result, and that's causing it to slip up. So maybe this should be dependent on this. I don't really like D&D, just being honest. I think it's a bit, I don't like how convoluted the game mechanics of D&D are. I find them annoying, how much just like info there is to constantly be on top of. I would much prefer to just ad-lib an RPG storyline with my friends. I'd love to just make up a story together and just roleplay as the characters in the story. That would be way more fun to me than like tracking, do I have the right amount of skill points to do this thing, and what's my armor rating? Like I don't want to do that. You know, in video games, all that's done for you. Managing that is just, it's just a slog for me. So, oh, hang on. It's here. When we end the sequence, it's going to be an event that we invoke to say that we're finished. Or we set a quest flag here. Haha! This happens before we finish this. This should happen maybe at the very end. Basically, between this code running and a bunch of this code running, all of those event callbacks are happening here. So I'm going to put it instead after this if statement at least and see if that does anything different. This could break all of my cutscenes in my game, but I'm just going to see. Hey! First try. Wow, that was literally it. Okay. Wow. What a shit. And this is not a problem? Nothing breaks here? Totally fine. Wow. That is garbage. Literally, that bug, that 45 minutes or whatever it was because a function call needed to be lower down in the script than a different call. None of the code was wrong. It was just too early. Yuck. And that had never been a problem until right now. Literally just because there were two dialogue targets stepping on, one was getting invoked before the cutscene ended, technically speaking. That's literally all it was. I mean, can I just like run through the game just really quickly and make sure I didn't like totally break everything? That's fine. It looks fine. It was just an execution order issue. It's just that the event callback was happening before that the function ended. Wow. Garbage. Total garbage. That's probably the most amount of time I've spent fixing a bug that had the least amount of actual problem to solve. Like I didn't do, what I do, I just moved a line down. I didn't even change the line. I didn't write any new code. I just moved something. What's the Git log for that? The diff on that is stupid. This is the diff. That's it. That's the whole thing. Big imp. All right, let's commit all this. This looks really crazy, but it's not actually. Okay, so updates, sequence player to not fire, to not add quest flag before completing sequence. What else did I do? It adds scale and sign and new Crucible. Jesus. All right, now I have to go. No time for raiding. I gotta go. Thank you, pals, as always. Check out my stuff. If you're on Twitch, catch me on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, catch me on Twitch. If you're on both, if you have the disposable income to support somebody who makes the content that I make on the internet and you want to see me make more of this content, become a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.